Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's suddenly leaking. It's most likely because I broke a bit of the stove like last year. One more try. Internet says spin faster. Alright, one more try. It's still raining, yeah. It's gonna rain the next couple of days. Alright, cold coffee it is. Because, I don't know. I don't want to turn on the leaking. I think the valve is... It's depressing the valve too early. Yeah, I don't want to take chances for it to blow up or whatever, especially because it's so pressurized. But the whole camping tent, that would be so stupid. Yeah, it was great. As a matter of fact, I seemed to sleep well outside than inside. And related. But I could hear someone snoring. Classic camp snores. It was more towards the morning, so it was fine. still drizzling, but at least the wind has calmed down a bit. Hey Mumu, morning. Just about ready to leave. I'm down a bit. Still drizzling, but at least the wind has calmed down a bit. look at that. Bunch of friends or family, who knows. Alright, time to strap things up. Pretty cool, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty big family.
Good idea, hey?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a bike like that before.
Yeah, people have mentioned it. It's a Danish company,
Oh, okay.
Omnium. And yeah,
Yeah, better than bike panniers, on the side.
yeah. I mean, yeah, you can just like chuck everything in one single bag and you're good to go.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Is it easy to maneuver?
yeah. I mean, frankly, without like heavy weight, it rides like a normal bike.
Yeah, yeah.
So even with this, yeah, it feels fine. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit sketchy for me if I load it up with like 2 plywood sheets or whatever.
Ah, yeah.
And at that point, it's relative, my own body weight and me able to like maneuver the thing.
Just to get used to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Different weights.
You need to like corner maybe like 2 seconds before because it's such a long thing.
Ah, yeah, cool.
So yeah, you need to, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
What are you
cool.
up to today?
Back home at Groningen.
Oh, Groningen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get there, you keep pedaling. Yeah, you'll get there. So yeah,
Cool. Oh, well, have a good trip.
cool, thanks.
Have fun.
Yeah. All right, I think we're just about ready to go. Now it's out. Alright, I think onwards, but I might have to stop for a brief second. One last stop.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Fred.
Yeah, you too. And then hit up the supermarket for bits and bobs. Alright, let's check all systems before we get going. Alright, seems good. start off the day with a traditional South of India classical music. Should be fun. It was $15. Feeds plus tent. Toilet is free, but if you want hot shower, it's €1. But yeah, technically kind of free. Funny to say that that's free, but that's That's quite the responsibility, Mimo. But everyone is an adventurer at their core. It's time to wake up. I'm gonna blast this music and wake everyone up. Oxar, I appreciate it. It's always nice to know that someone's watching. Hey, morning. Thank you. Hi. Hello. Hey. Morning. All right. Oh no, this thing is locked. All right. Could still go on, really. the other end is open. I'm not gonna do it. I'll stop the music so the dogs don't go a bit crazy. Construction.
Yes.
Yeah. Looks like the dogs are playing hide and seek with each other. Alright. This dog is still following me. Alright, I can speed up now. Yep, still caught mine. People might assume I'm running a Hare Krishna religious bike, trying to recruit people into another religion. You didn't counter. Yeah, I should set something up. It would be nice to sort of integrate speech to text, wherein I would just say speech and the overlay would just increase. I would say U-turn and then the overlay would just increase itself. Yeah, could look into it. Maybe there's something already out there. Yeah.
Camping de Brahman.
Brahman camping.
Ja,
I can look it up because I'm coming from another campsite.
ja. Camping de Brahman. En daar stond een potje die kant op, maar ik meen dat ik die kant op moest.
Camping
De Brahman.
de Brahman. Huh. Brahmal.
De Brahman, ja. BF. Ja, dat zal het zijn. Maar welke kant? Nee, dat is de Bram. De Brahman.
B-R.
B-R-A-N-E-N.
Ah, okay.
Brahman.
Camping de Bram. Let's see. De Brahman.
Wat gaat er nou? Welke kant moet ik nou op? Moet ik nou die kant op?
One second.
Yeah.
I'll tell you which way it is.
Ja?
Yeah.
Oké,
Ja.
dankjewel.
Ja.
Dat is een groot.
Ja.
Dank je, dag.
All right. Hopefully, I sent her the right direction. If not, she's gonna be like, "What the hell?" Yeah, I don't know. She had like a big ass screen in the car. I don't know. Maybe she was having trouble with it. Yeah, I was a bit confused because nothing was popping up when I started to type BR. And then obviously she said BRA. And then for a second I wasn't sure if it's an A as an apple, A as an eagle. And then I saw your message. I don't know what she wanted. She basically just wanted which direction. Yeah, she'll be fine. Bye. funnily, the kids here seem to say hi as opposed to kids elsewhere. I guess it comes with small town slash village territory. Softies, first thing in the morning. Baby goats. Hello, hello. All right, one looked up. Yeah, bit of a headwind. It's good for Bella Box there. I mean, just wind, not really headwind, but Hi. It's probably gonna be just a bunch of reds until I hit Assen. Oh shit. No, 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 no. At least the train to stop at their house, not run after. With the weight I have on, it seems pretty normal, really. But if you're loading it up, you'll feel it for sure. Because I would pretty much load up my normal bike with the same stuff, except a few things in there. And it really doesn't feel, I mean, the normal bike doesn't really feel any more nimble than this. yeah, today is gonna be like cutting through from Steinwijk or Steenwijk to Assen, and then we'll go through Assen back to Groningen.
Hello.
Hey. I should have just set it up as a command. I'll do that for the next time. Gonna be a bit slow going today with the wind and stuff. thought that was a rabbit for a second. Yeah. はい。
ನಂದ ಸುಕುಮಾರ ನವನೀತ ಗದಿತೇರ
Alright, sweet.
open.
Coffee or what?
Yes, yeah, I can.
Only normal one.
Yeah, whatever is there is good.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I come and pay it now? Dankjewel.
Ik was ook met iemand aan het afrekenen. Zwarte man bij mij. Hij zegt, kun je daar even een koffie brengen? Zit ik daar al? Ja, we hebben dat over gehad. Wil je nog een koffie op? Zo ogenblikje. Zo bij je. Ja. tot die 3 man aan elkaar die dan uitsmijten. Als je nou openlijk
Kom maar aan. Ja, ik moet mijn jas pakken. Rij maar. Ik moet mijn jas pakken, rij maar. Kom maar. Ja. Doei. Bye.
Bye. Yep. Time to get the juices flowing. whatever that means. But this is like a pretty simple. You get a black coffee and a bit of milk to the side kind of place, not a cappuccino macchiato kind of spot. anything better than instant. That was cold instant coffee. But actually, I mean, some instant coffees are alright. But yeah, I should get the better one. Alright, off we go again.
Hey. Thank you, El.
That's the second dead bird of the day. All these tiny birds are on the floor in the dirt. Come on. Rest in peace. Of course, we already got the 8-bit. All right. Right on time, 8-bit has appeared. Wonder if all of these are like public lands. Like who? I don't think a single person owns this. Or maybe there's a farmer around who owns pretty much the whole thing. Or maybe it is public land. Oh, come on. All right, there we go. Oh shit. Yeah. And I didn't have the right momentum to start with. I'm not gonna waste my energy here. This is better. This is Dutch gravel. How did the mic fall off? That's a first. Dutch gravel bikers ride like road. All of them are gonna come after me now. But many of them are like super skilled, at least the ones I've seen. And they're pretty fast. Come on. Go, go, go. Yeah, for me, like for longer sand sections, I need to be in the right state of mind to have the right mix of power and cadence. Otherwise, I'm just like too passive, and then the bike basically kind of stops or slips. Got another big section. Seems a bit better though. It's not better. Got like tractor marks everywhere. I'm gonna push for a bit. Let's change the frame. Yeah, I'm not trying to burn any matches here. it's doable, but not worth it on this cargo bike. I actually even like pushing my bike once in a while because it gives the butt and the arms a bit of rest. Not really the arms, but Lagnatara, you too. It's gonna be a good day. Now the sand is pretty dry and loose. But not as dry and loose as without the rain, but it's not wet. Can do a test. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too much last night as well, and it stopped after a bit. Maybe by like 12 o'clock it subsided. Yeah, it's not like super humid here. These microclimates are kind of funny. Yeah, it's not too breezy now, but there's some movement of leaves and stuff. Hi. Hey. The guy seems like he doesn't want to walk but has to walk. He's just dragging his feet. Hey. Mandatory Sunday forest walk, yeah. Yeah. I feel like it needs to hit at least like the 4 or 5 hour mark. But also it's a bit cooler in the shade. But yeah, I'm surprised with the bitrate. But I think yesterday there was some issue with the migration settings or whatever on Bellabox's end, and that was fixed probably late in the afternoon or something. I need to get some food though. Okay. Hey.
Bye.
Hey.
Bye.
Hey. Yeah, there's like an Albertine around here, so off route for a bit. Hey. Hey.
ervaar een zeer comfortabele manier van reizen met de Platinum Card van American Express. Geniet van voordeel. Door snelle grenspassage op Schiphol en wereldwijde lounge-toegang.
Mandatory hijab and the fact that the regime has doubled down on a lot of those restrictions as well. So the people are pretty much dissatisfied whether they think there is a difference between who becomes president, whether, you know, they're considered, because the message of the boycotters has always been really represent the same regime, the same establishment. There won't be any major changes. Whereas, in fact, it does make a huge difference who the president will be in terms of the direction of the country. It is really up to those people and also those small minorities who voted for the center-right candidate, Bardivov, whether they decide to vote for a moderate or a far-right candidate.
Yeah, well, tell us what difference it would make, because after all, the Supreme Leader still retains arms authority.
Absolutely. He has the final say in all matters relating to foreign policy. But the difference is that the moderate president wants to open up to the West, wants to strike a deal with the West over Iran's nuclear activities, wants to remove sanctions, and he considers sanctions as the key to Iran's economic progress. Whereas the far-right candidate doesn't even think sanctions is a problem. He thinks sanctions is an opportunity, if not a blessing. And he thinks the country has enough potential through its alliances with China and the West to become a powerhouse on its own terms.
Siavash Ardalan talking to Oliver Conway. Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi is a political analyst based at the University of Tehran and a government loyalist. Paul Henley put it to him that a particularly low turnout in the first round of these elections should be seen as a lack of faith in the Iranian system.
No, because if we look back to the funeral of President Raisi 40 days ago that took place in multiple cities, we saw that millions of people came to the streets. In the city of Tabriz, for example, where the turnout was for the election was low, the numbers that came to the funeral were much higher. So I don't think it's reflective of any lack of support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. But I think it does show that none of the candidates were exceptionally attractive.
So the election does seem to have quite a clear result, at least in the first round, and the leader is a so-called reformist. How might things change in Iran were he to take power?
He is clearly from the reformist camp. He's a moderate reformist. He was one of the three people who the reformist camp put forward as their candidate from the very start. He has a strong chance of being elected. I think it will depend on his performance in the upcoming debate. So far, from what we've seen in the previous debates, we had 20 hours of debate between the different candidates and hundreds of hours of the candidates being on public television. So far, no one stood out, and no one was particularly charismatic. And that's why the vote was divided, and that's also why the turnout wasn't high. It was pretty low. But since there will only be two candidates now, I think that there will be a greater chance for them to express their views and for people to make a decision.
I suppose I called Masoud Pezeshkian a so-called reformist because, of course, he is part of the establishment, even though he's proposing some changes. There are sociologists in Iran who say that no leader from the current system will be able to show the transformation of society in Iran in recent times. Clearly, that's something you disagree with.
Well, I think you would find sociologists in the UK who would be saying the same thing about the United Kingdom. But the fact is that the United Kingdom has elections and people will be elected from Labour or Conservative or now new forces that are at play. And your government will continue to function, and I doubt that the BBC will call it illegitimate. So I think that it's quite clear that you have very differing political views in the political establishment in Iran, and they make their case on television, and different people are elected, and the state will continue to function. And as I said before, the notion that the Islamic Republic of Iran does not have popular legitimacy is not very sensible.
Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi from the University of Tehran. The Serbian Prime Minister Miloš Vučević has described a crossfire on a police officer guarding Israel's embassy in Belgrade on Saturday as a heinous terrorist attack. Security has been increased throughout Belgrade. Guy Delune reports.
Serbia's interior minister had suggested that people connected to the Wahhabi movement might have been involved in the attack at Israel's embassy in Belgrade. The Prime Minister Miloš Vučević appears to be downplaying that possibility. He called the crossbow attack on a police officer on duty at the embassy a heinous terrorist attack, but he described it as the crime of an individual. Mr. Vučević urged people to remain calm and not succumb to propaganda that might encourage hate crimes. The police officer is recovering in hospital. He shot dead his attacker. The authorities said that was in self-defense.
Guy Delune. The Taliban in Afghanistan have ruled out discussing women's rights at UN-led talks taking place today in Quetta and repeated it. This issue is an internal Afghan matter. Human rights groups have condemned the Taliban for, among other things, trusting women's access to work and education since they returned to power almost 3 years ago.
He threw some water on me through his water gun and thought I wouldn't notice.
Meeting in Doha, in which envoys from more than 25 countries will be attending this meeting, and broadly this is described as engagement with the de facto Afghan the Taliban group. Since they seized power in August 2021, the Taliban, they are literally in control of the whole country, but there are issues like women's rights and preventing women from going to secondary school and also remote workplaces, and many human rights groups are criticized. So there are lots of issues to discuss with the Taliban, but this is being described as something that they want to engage with the Taliban, but this meeting is not without criticism.
Yeah, and the Taliban
Time for revenge.
That the fate of women in Afghan society is not up for discussion.
They have made it very clear in a press conference today that the chief spokesperson, Zabihullah Mujahid, he will be leading the delegation to Doha, and he said the women's rights issue is an Afghan issue. So we will discuss it among ourselves within Afghanistan, and we don't discuss domestic matters in this meeting. So basically we are ruling out discussing these issues.
dag werk ik hier ook, hè.
Dat houdt het gezellig, hè?
What the hell? No, no cheese I want here. Pop. Where is it? Maybe I can just get food later and not get the other thing. Okay. I'm just gonna leave this here. Alright. Just gotta get some cheese. They really don't have that. The Oscar. Hey, Russian, is there Manchego cheese? Oh, I couldn't find it there, but sometimes in Albertine they have a separate section for that.
They're sold out.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Okay. Just gonna get some hummus. Almost done. Where the hell is the fruit thing? Where do I do that? Come on. Come on. Eating hummus right now. Yeah. I have like some goodies, but they don't have it at the store. Where the hell did I put the thing? Oh, come on. Gotta make some quick stuff here. I'm done for. They call it olive mix, but half of it is peanuts because that's cheaper. All right, 2 to go. I don't want to have to stop a billion times again. Oh, we got the guy in clogs. Dankjewel.
Ja.
Ja.
Wat bijzonder. Heb je die zelf gemaakt of zo? Nee, hè?
Can you say that in English?
A little.
I'll try it. Yeah. What did you say towards the end?
Nice bicycle.
Yeah. Cargo bike transportation. Yeah. And I went camping yesterday, so it was kind of nice to just put all the stuff in there.
Yeah. Nice.
Now going back to Groningen.
Oké, dus
Yep.
je gaat die fiets toch?
Yeah, to Assen and then up Paterswold and up to the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nou, have a nice trip.
Yeah, you too. Huh, now see if I made it myself. Wouldn't that be nice?
You're a beautiful person.
Dankjewel, well, I appreciate it. Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
mooi. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Eight bit. All right. Almost done. Yeah, I was a bit taken aback. sometimes I leave random shit in random sections of the supermarket if I think I don't want to get it. Like, I'll get a peanut butter jar and then leave it in the diaper section. Purely because I think the person who would find it would be like, what is this doing here? Yeah. Yeah, I do that only if that supermarket is a bit stupid and doesn't have anything nice. Doggo trailer. Hey. Hey. Oh shit. Oh, come on. Why did I turn left again?
Allowing the UN or any other international agency to reopen schools or help them with the schools. But on the other hand, the 2/3 of Afghan population, we're talking about 30 million people, they need humanitarian assistance. You know, after the war, there was a lot of sanctions, many businesses were leaving the country. So people are returning from countries like Pakistan and Iran. Those governments are forcing Afghans to go back to their country. So the country is facing a very difficult economic situation. So the UN needs to deal with the Taliban. That is the current reality, and that is what they are accepting. So we need to engage this exchange views. At the same time, they also want to convey the message to the Taliban that unless you are going to address these concerns, then
It's a
the
mistake.
international
Chill out.
community's recognition will not happen, and the money of Afghanistan, which is still lying with many of these Western capitals, it won't be released unless some of these countries.
It's me not paying attention to the navigation.
So very briefly, Amber,
every day we are getting reports of those women who have been protesting for rights. They are being jailed, they are being abused by Taliban. These are the allegations which the Taliban they deny. And women are allowed to be evicted from public. They cannot go to places like the gym or public bar. Most workplaces are out of bounds. Universities, they are banned from education. So that their future is a big, big question mark.
And Barasan Etirasi. To highlight the plight of their traumatized community, 8 members of the Yazidi Women's Choir have been performing in London this week. Caroline Hawley went to meet them, and a warning, the report contains graphic descriptions of violence.
They sing together to showcase their culture, and they know too that music can heal. Their people have suffered an unimaginable collective ordeal, and the pain is still raw.
My name is Amira. I am from Iraq. I was in Sinjar. I live in Khanti.
Amira managed to escape IS fighters by fleeing up the mountainside, but tears roll silently down her cheeks as she tells me what happened to her 2 older sisters, who were both taken as slaves. Because they were mothers, they weren't raped, but there were beatings and gruesome threats. My sister gave birth 15 days before she was captured, and IS said to her, "We will kill your baby and force you to eat his flesh." This was Diane Dakhil, Iraq's only Yazidi politician, making a desperate appeal in the country's parliament back in August 2014, saying her people were being slaughtered. She begged for help to save them, drawing global attention. And can I ask why, looking back at that, brings tears to your eyes now?
Because when the catastrophe is just not finished, still sad stories for those girls. Still we have 1,000 girls kidnapped by ISIS.
He says many young women are still unaccounted for.
Too much crying here.
Another way of talking about the web is that there are different levels of magnification. For example, supposing you take a piece of embroidery, and here it is, obviously in front of you, an ordered and beautiful object. Then you take out a microscope, and you look at the individual threads. At a certain point, as you turn up the microscope, you'll get a hopeless tangle. It doesn't make any sense at all. The wrapped fiber that constitutes the thread is a mess. Hasn't been organized, nobody did anything about it. But at the level of magnification at which you actually see it with the naked eye, it's all been organized. All right, now keep turning up that microscope. Take one of those individual threads in the fiber that seems to be so chaotic and go into the constitution of that. And again, you will find fantastic order. You'll find the most gorgeous designs of molecules. Then keep turning it up. And again, at a certain level, you'll find chaos again. All right, keep going. And at another level, you'll find this marvelous order. Now you see, order and randomness constitute, in other words, the walk in the woods. Where everything is in order, everything's under control. In randomness, it's all it's a mess. But we wouldn't know what order was unless we had messes. It's the contrast of order and messes that order itself depends upon. And so in exactly the same way, it is the contrast of on and off, there and not there, In other words, life and death, being and non-being, that constitutes existence.
Yeah, we're back to
Only
default settings.
we pretend that the random side of things, the disorderly side of things, could possibly win in the game of competition, or I would rather call it collaboration between the two. When you lose sight of the fact that the order principle and the random principle go together, that's exactly the same predicament as losing sight of the fact that all individually delineated things and beings are connected underneath. You know, just like mountains stick out of the earth and there's a fundamental earth underneath them. So all of us, as different things, we stick out of reality. And there's a continuity underneath, but you ignore that. See? That's the thing that's left out. See, I'm just giving you many examples of the same principle. But really, deep down, we are, each one of us, everything that there is. Doing it this way, and then again that way, and then again another way. And that's what it keeps up doing forever and ever. Only, it has holidays, which are called death. You know, in the story of the creation of the world in the Bible, God works for 7 days and rests for 7. It's necessary to have a holiday. Holiday is holy day. And the Sabbath, for the Jews, is Saturday, for the Christians is Sunday, because Saturday is the last day of the week, but Sunday is the first day of the week. And it's a slight difference of alteration between a Jewish temperament and a Christian temperament. Some people like to take the holiday and then do the work. Other people like to do the work and then take the holiday. And since the Jews do the work first and then take the holiday, they're always a little up on the Christians in business. But the point is that a holiday, this pause between something going on, is of the essence of the idea of a web. For example, there's an famous Irishman who's supposed to have described a net as a lot of holes tied together with string. So the holes are very, very important. And these are the holy days. You see, the holes. This all goes together. So there must be that interval. And it exists on all kinds of levels. It isn't simply that there is, for example, a sound that is sounded. It is a vibration. And the sound goes on and on. Everything that we call sound is sound silence. There is no such thing as pure sound. You couldn't hear it. What you hear is that tap, 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 tap against the eardrum. But it happens very fast, so that you get more of an impression of sound than you do of silence. But between every little undulation of sound, there's also an interval. When you listen to music, you hear a melody. But what you hear, actually, what makes the melody significant are the steps between the tones, what we call the intervals. And the person who doesn't hear intervals is tone deaf. He only hears noises. He doesn't hear the steps. So that interval between whatever happens is as important as what happens. So we'll call these two things, the sound and the silence, the life and the death, somewhat analogous in reading to the warp and the woof. Now, look at the marvelous way in which warp and woof go together. A piece of cloth is an extraordinary thing when you consider it's made of a line of string. There's something that always struck me as a child, tragedy. That thing, just thread, could turn into cloth. Why should it hang together? How improbable. I've tried, scientifically, to understand the world and explain its mysteries by analyzing the smallest particles of things that exist. And tying down, what is this thing we call flesh or called steel or stone? What is it made of? Go down into the mystery. And that's given us a certain understanding. But only half of it. Equally important is not what is the tiniest part, but in what context is the tiniest part. You see? In relation to what is it? Just as the word bark, as I showed you, has different meanings in different sentences. So, shells, molecules, atoms, have different properties in different contexts. So what the scientist equally needs to study is not simply what is anything when very, very minutely analyzed, but where is it? When is it? That makes all the difference. So do you see that a lot of people who get anxious when they hear that everything is relative have no need to get that anxious. Relativity isn't some kind of slippery morass in which all standards and all directions get lost. Relativity is really the soundest situation that there is. It's the one supporting the other, this thing. You know this is wonderful. X marks the spot. Imagine this going on and on. Supposing my finger were indefinitely long, both fingers, they were doing this. And they're just crossing each other. Now on one side of it is a pair of scissors. What is it on the other side? Why, it's opening between our legs. Saying please come in. Utter softness, utter receptiveness. On the other side it's on this side it's please, yes. Welcome. And everything's fixed on that. See, it's this way. Sharpness, teeth, biting, spines, crab shells, all that kind of thing, you know? On the other side, it's the melting softness of life. Go together just like that. Goodness knows what it is on these outer two sides. I haven't thought about that yet. So, if you see that, if you get that, you can feel yourself not sort of just rattling around in the world as a kind of, somebody who's been stuck down there. But you can feel yourself going on in absolutely exact relationship with everything around you. And this is very beautiful. It isn't just that you are here looking at what's out there, like you might be photographing it with your eyes. It's that if that there wasn't there, you wouldn't be here. the outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin, and without one there isn't the other. That means, of course, that we are living in the midst of a world of animals, vegetables, minerals, atmosphere, astronomical bodies, that's highly intelligent. It's intelligence crystallized in our brain. That's where it comes out. In any field, let's say, let's take any field of forces, and you take a chemical solution, and at certain critical points in this chemical solution, the crystals start to form. And so in the same way, the total intelligence of this whole universe crystallizes in human brains. Also in other kinds of brains. That's where it really comes out. But it's total intelligence of the whole field that does this. So we go with the whole thing. Interdependent. We don't live in an environment which is just rock, just air, just atmosphere and so on. The environment's only like that when we think about it analytically and try to explain it. But when we think of, it isn't just rock and air, see, but those things go together. When you see the interconnectedness, when you see in the simplest way how flowers go with bees and other insects, they don't live without them. Humans go with cattle, they don't exist without them. Plants, etc., etc., etc. When you see the intervals, the significance of the relationships between these things, it's only then, when you see that you are aware of the melody.
Oh, look at
Go
that.
back to the illustration I gave you. The person who can't hear melody, tone deaf, he hears only a succession of sounds, not aware of the intervals. Now, most people are brought up to be tone deaf in respect to their own system.
I'm gonna place the
They're not
chat
aware of the unity.
here for a second.
You spot how everything goes with it, that you are one end and that out there is the other end. And they really go together. Then you may be said to be living a harmonious life.
I'll be back. Big mushroom, yeah.
This concludes session 3 of Out of Your Mind, Essential Listening from the Alan Watts Audio Archive. Our program continues with session 4.
In exploring the theme of the web of life, I have thus far discussed two principal topics. First, the web considered as selectivity. Experience considered as what we pay attention to on the one hand and what we ignore on the other. And I showed how the way in which we pay attention to the world creates, isolates, I'm using that as a noun, isolates that we call particular things, events, and persons, and they seem to be disconnected and to be alone because we ignore the connections between them. And I use the analogy of weaving where the threads go underneath and join on the back in a way that is not seen on the front. So you might say in the unconscious, although I don't particularly like that word because it makes it seem as if it was something rather dead. But on the unconscious side of life, as on the back of the weaving or the back of the embroidery. There are connections which are not public. Now, in the second part of the theme was the web as mutuality. When I discussed the way the existence of a web, the existence of cloth or anything like that, depends on a mutual support of the warp and the woof. And this miraculous thing occurs, that when the things support each other, being comes into being, cloth comes into being. So in exactly the same way, our world is a manifestation of relativity. And this requires a balance, a combination, a relationship of opposites in every domain of life. And although these opposites are explicitly different, we become unity between what are manifestly, that is to say openly, for purposes of publication, opposites. Now this afternoon I'm going to take two other aspects of the web. The web is a trap, like the spider's web is a trap for flies. Also, the lovely embroideries are worn by women to traps from a certain point of view. And I want to wear that. You see, there are so many ways of looking. And you will find that all these ways are... But what we need is the fullness of the view. There are people, for example, who wear that strap and get something. There are people who they see it as nothing but a dark mistake. God really erred in creating this world, because he arranged it in such a way that everything lives by eating something else. And what I'm doing is I'm describing a certain point of view. That's the philosophizing. I'm describing a point of view. You can look at life in such a way that the whole thing is a dark mistake. For example, there's no such thing as genuine consciousness or love. Everybody who's really pretending for a loving other people never gets it done. And indeed, there is a point of view which occurs in certain forms of paranoia, where people don't seem to be real. They are messengers. You can pick that out quite intensely with a good deal of intelligence. After all, if you start from a good old Darwinian or Freudian basis and see that man is a material machine and that the consciousness of man is simply a very involved and complicated form of chemistry, and that's what it is, you see, well, then this awful mechanical things, these Frankensteins that everybody is, they come around and they say, well, I'm alive. I'm a human being. I have a heart. I love, I hate, I have problems, I feel. And you feel like saying, come on, you're just a monster. And you put on the civilized act because really you're just a set of teeth on the end of a tube.
What?
And you've got a ganglion behind those teeth, which you call your brain, the lead mind. And this thing is really basically there for two purposes. One, to be cunning enough to get something to eat, put down the tube, and the other, you know what, Mr. Freud's libido. And everything else, you see, can be construed as an elaborate, subtle way of pretending that that's not really what you want to do. But you do. But you put on a great show. Now, some people, according to this view, get mixed up. They so repressed that what they really want to do is to eat and to screw, that they get involved in higher things that are the masks for these activities. and think that that's the real purpose of life. And then they become what's called neurotic. And because they get involved in being pure camouflage. So that's what's called escaping from the past. Not looking at life, not looking at reality. Now, this is a very strange thing, because it is partly true that the universe, so far as its biological aspect is concerned, is this weird system that lives by everybody eating everybody else. Only what we do to maintain what is called order and civilization is that various species make agreements that they won't eat each other. They'll cooperate, and so be an enormous gang which can beat down the others. So the human being is the most successful so far of this gangster arrangement. We are the most predatory monsters on Earth, and we have cooperated to assault the fish and the vegetables and the chickens and the cows and everything, you see? Only we do it by not letting our left hand know what our right hand is doing. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, unless gentlemen happen to be prone to going hungry, of course, they don't see their food killed. They don't see the slaughterhouse. And so what you get in the butcher
yeah.
steak, you know, is a thing in its
He
own
starts
right,
laughing
the cow.
the moment he finishes.
Steak is shaped thus and so, and it looks as if it might be like a banana or something like that, you know, and nobody worries. And when a fish is served up, it does indeed look like a fish, but it's not the squiggly, squirmy fish that comes out on the end of the fishing line. You know, when you really fish, you realize that the fish doesn't like it very much. No. There is that absolutely extraordinary side of it. That is really terrifying. And so, let me repeat the illustration I used of the cross in the net, where one side of it is scissors that cut, and teeth that chew, and get this thing in, and the opening side of it is like James Joyce's in Ulysses, the girl who says yes, and I said yes, yes, yes. She wants to be absolutely ravished by her man. So it's open, open, open. But now comes if we take the dark view of things, the horrible view. Excuse me if I go into some rather grisly details, but have you ever heard of the vagina dentata? That is the idea that in the sexual organ of the woman there are teeth. And a lot of men have this fantasy, and so are rendered impotent. They don't make love. Because they feel that the price of this blessed experience, created experience, loving experience, is you're going to get trapped. You're going to get emasculated. You're going to lose your precious member. And this is a very ancient fantasy that appears throughout all known history. Because this is simply the woman's come on, where she attracts, but she's out really to get. She is basically a spider mother who is selfish and doesn't really love you. Not really. It says she does. And of course, there are on the other side all the tricks of the men. So this is a view of the world as a system of mutual exploitation and of maximal selfishness. Now, it's a very profitable
They both lounge.
What do people do most of the time when they, what would they like to do, really? What's your idea of heaven? When people are unoccupied, as far as I can make out, they get together and they sing and dance. Or else watch somebody else do it. Nowadays we live in a non-participative culture and we don't do very much singing and dancing. We're lugubrious. but we watch other people do it on television.
Why didn't I add that as part
What
of the
we
route?
really are interested in is to be able to spend all the time going, you know, something like this. And that's what our heart's doing, that's what our lungs are doing, it's what our eyeballs are doing, and it's what all these fantastic capillaries of the veins are doing. They're going just doo-doo-doo-doo, see? And that's the point. Now the thing is, ought this to be allowed? You know, dare we admit it? Because we've been brought up.
Probably it's just a parking lot from the trail.
By somebody serious. And it's only very, very occasional obscure references in the Jewish and Christian scriptures to the idea that God dances. Of course, in Hindus, they know Shiva dances. And all the gods
I'm not quite sure if I can cut through, and we'll see.
But in our way of looking at things, no. Back, deep down in, there is something that you must respect. With a very, very, you mustn't laugh in church. Especially if you got in front of the throne of heaven. Everybody would be terrified. Wow, see, I mean, that's really serious. Here is the Father Almighty world without end. And you watch out. Don't you? Why
of
not?
course. It's
Father
just
Almighty
a
world without end is very
parking
insecure
lot.
And if anybody laughs, he might feel uneasy, you know, that there's something wrong going on. That someone challenged his power. So he is a funny fellow, you see, as we've mythologized ultimate reality in the form of this cosmic grandpapa, who is also a king and is
Come join the
demanding
family.
above all things reverence and respect. So it's difficult for us, because of that cultural heritage, to accept, to accommodate our common sense to the idea that the web might basically be playful. That it might be like somebody saying, won't you come and play with me? Child. And the other child has some little hesitation. I don't know whether I ought to play with you. You come from the wrong side of the track. Or, I don't feel like playing today. I feel serious. I don't think play is important. We ought to do something real, like wash the dishes for mother, who, incidentally, has forgotten that the whole point of washing the dishes is playful. You know, you don't wash the dishes seriously. You like the table to look nice, you know. You don't want to serve up the dishes for dinner with all the leavings of breakfast still lying on them. So why do you want the table to look nice? Well, again, it's so nice, you see. You like the pattern on it that way. People get terribly compulsive about things. And they think that going on arranging the patterns of life is something that's a duty. That means a debt, that you owe it to yourself or to your family or to someone or other. You're in debt. See, that's the trouble. When a child comes into the world, the parents play an awful game on it. Instead of being honest, they say, we've made such great sacrifices. Here we are, we've supported you, we've paid for your education, and you're an ungrateful little bastard. And the child feels terribly guilty because what we do is we build into every human being the idea that existence is guilt. The existentialists make a big thing of this, and you watch out for them because they're hopeful. And they say that guilt is ontological. If you're not feeling guilty, you're not human. And that was because Papa and Mama said, look at all the trouble you've caused us. You shouldn't dare to exist. You have no rights. But maybe we'll give you some out of the generosity of our hearts, so that you'll be permanently indebted to us. And so everybody goes around with that sort of thing in their background, unless they had different kinds of papas and mamas who didn't play that trick on them. But so many papas and mamas do that. And if they don't do it, somebody else does. Auntie comes around and says, you don't realize what your father and mother have done to you. You think, you know, you can just stay around here and do that. But they extended love to give you your clothes and food and so on, and you ought to be grateful for it. But that's not the way to make people grateful. They won't be grateful that way. They'll imitate gratefulness. They'll go and put on a big show and say, oh, thank you so much, I feel so indebted to you, and so on and so forth, and they'll make it so that it's real. Because, actually, one's father and mother had a great deal of conflict. And they wanted to do that the worst way. They have no reason to complain about all these things and try and make the children feel guilty. But you see, it is an amazing thing in our culture that everybody is afflicted with ontological guilt. For example, if a policeman comes to the door, everybody is instantly frightened. We wonder, what on earth have I done? And there are certain clergy who are absolute experts in making you feel guilty. That is really marvelous. And there are clergy of all kinds, to all classes, and to all levels of intelligence. They can make you feel real guilty. Only you have to watch, always watch carefully. Now you see, the thing is, that really is the puzzle, is that they don't admit they're playing games. And when a person is playing games and doesn't admit that they're playing games, then you have some kind of a trickster who isn't really being fair to you. Now, of course, the game, that this game is not a game, has a certain kind of fascinating quality. How mixed up can we all get? Let's try. See? There's a certain possibility in that. I would like to go insane and be as insane as anybody has ever been and be the farthest out crazy nut in the world. See? That's a game. But it's not a good game. It's a game being played by a person who didn't really understand that everyday life was a game too.
I have my foot on the platform.
And I think the most important thing is...
You looked at me, you looked at the foot, and just...
It's about a very sticky problem. The problem which the Buddha primarily addressed himself, which is that of agony. But before we get into that, we have to be clear about certain basics. And these basics have to do not so much with concepts and ideas as they do with a state of mind. You could call it also a state of feeling, a state of sensation, a state of consciousness. And we need to understand that, even be in that, before we can really go very far. And this is an extraordinarily difficult state of mind to talk about.
Not
even
yet.
though in its nature it's extremely simple.
I bought this
Because
last August.
it is in a way like we were when we were babies.
Yeah.
When we hadn't been told anything and didn't know anything other than what we felt, and we had no names for it. Now, of course, as we grow older, we learn to differentiate one thing from another, one event from another, and above all, ourselves from everything else. Well and good. provided you don't lose the foundations. Just as mountains are differentiated, but they're all based on the earth, so the multiple things of this world are differentiated. But they have, as it were, a basis. There is no word for that basis, not really, because words are only for distinction. And so there can't really be a word, not even an idea, of the non-distinction. We can feel it, but we can't think it. But we don't feel it like an object. You feel you're alive. You feel you're conscious, but you don't know what consciousness is, because consciousness is present in every conceivable kind of experience. It's like the space in which we live, which is everywhere. It's like a fish being in water, and presumably a fish doesn't know it's in the water, because it never goes out. A bird presumably knows nothing of the air, and we really know nothing of consciousness, and we pretend space isn't there. So, however, when you grow up and become captivated, which is really the right word, spellbound, enchanted, by all the things that adults wave at you, you forget the background. And you come to think that all the distinctions which you've been learning are the supremely important things to be concerned with. You become hypnotized, just in the same way as when the beak of a chicken is put to a chalk line. It gets stuck on that line. And so when we are told to pay attention to what matters, we get stuck with it, and that's what in Buddhism is called attachment. Attachment doesn't mean that you enjoy or that you enjoy sleeping or beauty. Those are responses of our organism in its environment as natural as feeling hot near a fire or cold near ice. So are certain responses of fear or of sorrow. They are not attachment. Attachment is exactly translated by the modern slang term hang-up. It's a kind of stickiness, or what in psychology would be called blocking, when you are in a state of wobbly hesitation, not knowing how to flow on. That's attachment, what is meant by the Sanskrit word klesha. So when the chicken has its beak put to the chalk line, it's got a hang-up. It's stuck on that line. And so in the same way, we get a hang-up on all the various things that we're told as we grow up by our parents, our aunts and uncles, our teachers, and above all, by our peer group. And the first thing that everybody wants to tell us is the difference between ourselves and the rest of the world, and between those actions which are voluntary and those which are involuntary, what we do on the one hand and what happens to us on the other. And this is, of course, immensely confusing to a small child, because it's told to do all sorts of things that are really supposed to happen, like going to sleep, like having bowel movements, like loving people, like not blushing, stopping being anxious, and all sorts of things like that. So what happens is this. The child is told in sum that we, your parents, elders and betters, command you to do what will please us only if you do it spontaneously. And no wonder everybody's completely confused. We go through life with that birthmark. So, we therefore develop this curious thing. We develop a thing which is called an ego. Now, I've got to be very clear to you what I mean by an ego. An ego is not the same thing as a particular living organism. From my philosophy, the particular living organism, which is inseparable from a particular environment, that is to say, from the universe as centered here and now, is something real. It isn't a thing. I call it a feature of the universe. But what we call our ego is something abstract, which is to say, it has the same order and kind of reality as an hour, or an inch, or a pound, or a line of longitude. It is for purposes of discussion. It is for convenience. In other words, it is a social convention that we have. But the fallacy that all of us make is that we treat it as if it were a physical organ, as if it were real in that sense, when in fact it is composed on the one hand of our image of ourselves. That is our idea of ourselves, as when we say to somebody, you must improve your image. Now, this image of ourselves is obviously not ourselves, any more than an idea of a tree is a tree, any more than you can get wet in the word water. And to go on with, our image of ourselves is extremely inaccurate and incomplete. Would that some God the gifted ears to see ourselves as others see us. We don't. So my image of me is not at all your image of me. And my image of me is extremely incomplete in that it does not include
It looks like a
any
motocross bike.
information to speak of
A
about the
motorbike.
functioning of my nervous system, my circulation, my metabolism, my subtle relationships with the entire surrounding human and non-human universe. So the image I have of myself is it is arrived at through mainly my interaction with other people who tell me who I am in various ways, either directly or indirectly, and I play about with what their picture is of me, and they play something back to me so that we set up this conception.
Motocross must be
And this started very,
so much
very
fun.
early in life. And I was told, you see, and you were told, that we must have a consistent image. You must be you. You have to find your identity in terms of image. And this is an awful red herring. A lot of the current quest for identity among younger people is a search for an acceptable image. What role can I play? Who am I in the sense of what am I going to do in life, and so on. Now, while that has a certain importance, if it's not backed up by deeper matters, it's extraordinarily misleading. So therefore, on the one hand, there is this image, which is intellectual, emotional, imaginative, and so forth. Now, we would say, I don't feel that I am only an image. I feel there's something more real than that, because I have a sense of there being a particular sort of, how do we say, a center of something, some sort of sensitive core inside the skin. And that corresponds to the word I. Let's take a look at this. Because the thing that we feel as being myself is certainly not the whole body. Because a lot of the body can be seen as an object. In other words, if you stand, stretch yourself out, lie on the floor, and turn your head and look at yourself, you know, you can see your feet and your legs and all this up to here, and finally it all vanishes, only there's a sort of a vague nose in front. And you assume you have a head because everybody else does, and you've looked in a mirror, and that told you you had a head, but you could never see it, just like you can't see your back.
A lot of maintenance on the bike, yeah, I can imagine.
So you tend to put your ego on the side of the unseen part of the body, the part you can't get at.
Bloody hell.
Because that seems to be where it all comes from, and you feel it. But what is it that we feel? Because if I see clearly, and my eyes are in functioning order, the eyes certainly are not conscious of themselves. There are no spots in front of them, no defects, in other words, in the lens or in the retina or in the optic nerves that give hallucinations. So also, therefore, if my ego, my consciousness is working properly, I ought not to be aware of it as something sort of there, being a nuisance in a way in the middle of things, because your ego is awfully hard to take care of. Well, what is it then that we feel? Well, I think I've discovered what it is. It's a chronic, habitual sense of muscular strain, which we were taught in the whole process of doing spontaneous things to order. When you're taking off in a jet plane, and the thing has gone rather further down the runway than you think it should have without getting up in the air, you start pulling at your seatbelt to get this thing off the ground. Perfectly useful. So in the same way, when our community tells us, look carefully, now listen, pay attention, we start using muscular strains around our eyes, ears, jaws, hands, to try to use our muscles to make our nerves work, which is, of course, futile. And in fact, it gets in the way of something. Try to concentrate. And then when we try to control our emotions, we hold our breath, pull our stomachs in, or tighten our rectal muscles to hold ourselves together. Now pull yourself together. Immediately, what are you to do? What does a child understand by that? He does it muscularly, pulls himself together. This is useless. So everybody chronically pulls themselves together, so that it's so funny, if you get a person to just lie on the floor and relax, there's the floor under you as firm as can be, holding you up. Nevertheless, you will detect that the person is making all sorts of tensions, lest he should suddenly turn into a nasty jello on the floor. So that chronic tension, which in Sanskrit is called sankocha, which means contraction, is the root of what we call the feeling of the ego. So that, in other words, this feeling of tightness is the physical referent for the psychological image of ourselves. So that we get the ego as the marriage of an illusion to a futility. Even though the idea of an I with a name, with a being, is naturally useful for social communication, provided we know what we're doing and take it for what it is. But we are so hung up on this concept that it confuses us, even in the proposition that it might be possible for us to feel otherwise. Because we ask the question, if we hear about people who have transcended the ego, well, we ask, how do you do that? Well, I say, what do you mean? You, how do you do that? Because the you you're talking about doesn't exist. So you can't do anything about it. Any more than you can cut a cheese with a line of longitude. Now that sounds very discouraging, doesn't it? So you have this process, which is quite spontaneous, going on. We call it life. It's controlling itself. It's aware of itself. It's aware of itself through you. You are an aperture through which the universe looks at itself. And because of it, through the universe looking at itself through you, there's always an aspect of itself that it can't see. So it's just like that snake, you see, that is pursuing its tail. Because the snake can't see its head, like you can't. We always find, as we investigate the universe, make the microscope bigger and bigger, and we will find ever more minute things. Make the telescope bigger and bigger and bigger, and the universe expands because it's running away from itself. It won't do that if you don't chase it. So,
come on, go.
It's a game of hiding. Really, when you ask the question, who is doing the chasing, you are still working under the assumption that every verb has to have a subject. That when there is an action, there has to be a doer.
Bloody hell.
Well, that's
Everything
what
is
I
sinking.
would call a grammatical convention, leading to what Whitehead called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Like the famous "It" in "It Is Raining." So when you say, there cannot be knowing without a knower, this is merely saying no more than there can't be a verb without a subject. And that's a grammatical rule and not a law of nature. Anything you can think of as a thing, as a noun, can be described by a verb. And there are languages which do that. It sounds awkward in English, but face it. When you look for doers as distinct from deeds, you can't find them. Just as when you look for stuff underlying the patterns of nature, you can't find any stuff. You just find more and more patterns. There never was any stuff. It's a ghost. What we call stuff is simply patterns seen out of focus. And it's fuzzy. So we call it stuff. You know, it's like K-pop. So, you know, we have these words: energy, matter, being, reality, even Tao. And we can never find them. They always elude us entirely. Although we do have the very strong intuition that all this that we see is connected or related. So we speak of a universe, although that word really means one turn. Short turn now. Or like you make one turn to look at yourself, but you can't make two turns and see what's looking. So it's very simple, therefore.
Yeah, the
You
corner
only
looked
have to understand
there is all right,
that you can't do anything about it.
but I'm having to cut in between,
And as they say in Zen,
and it's
you cannot
basically
take hold of it, but you can't get rid of it.
spending too much
And you're not
energy
being
for
able to get it,
what
you
I'm
get it.
getting.
So all these trials that gurus put their students through have as their ultimate object convincing you that you can't do anything. Only it's convincing you very thoroughly. It's convincing you in more than a theoretical way. Now perhaps I shouldn't tell you that.
Some patches are better
But
than
you
the
see,
others.
I'm not a guru, in that I don't give individual spiritual direction to people. And I give away the guru's tricks. That may not be very good, but on the other hand, those tricks are only necessary in the sense that I would say to someone, it's necessary for you to go to a psychiatrist if you think you must. And if you are not going to be satisfied without going to Japan and studying Zen Buddhism from a Roshi, okay, you better go.
Yeah, the center looks better.
It isn't necessary unless you say it is.
But the issue is the ruts from like previous big tire marks.
You've got that yen, therefore you've got that yen.
We'll see.
But on the other hand, you haven't.
It's gonna get better down the road.
And I'm not going to put you down on that account. You see. The point is, what do you want to do? What is it in you to do?
I'm going at the same speed as I'm walking anyway.
That you can
on the
struggle
bike,
and struggle and struggle. And indeed will do so, as long as you have the feeling inside you that you're missing something. And people, your friends, all sorts of people will do their utmost to persuade you that you're missing something. Because they're missing something, and they think they're getting it through a certain way. And therefore, to assure themselves, they'd like you to do it too.
I need to change the frame, the angle of the camera.
So there's this thing. And you see, a clever guru beguiles his students by letting them have the feeling of success and accomplishment in certain directions. A guru gives people exercises, A, that are difficult but can be accomplished, and B, that are impossible. You'll always be hung up on the impossible ones, but the possible ones you will get a feeling of making progress, so that you will double your efforts to solve the impossible exercise. And then they range things in many, many ranks and levels through which you can advance. This stage of consciousness, that state of consciousness, or think of the degrees of masonry, or so on. Ranks in learning things, the different belts you get in judo and all that kind of stuff. You can do that. And it gives people this sense of competing with themselves or even with others. Because of the feeling inside that there is just something I'm missing. And of course, if you are learning any sort of skill and you haven't perfected the skill, there is indeed something you're missing. But in this thing that we're talking about, that isn't true. Because you, as the Buddhists say, are Buddhas from the very beginning. And all that searching is like looking for your own head, which you can't see and therefore might conceivably imagine that you're lost. So, that indeed is the point, that we don't see what looks, and therefore we think we've lost it. And so we're in search of the self, the Atman. Well, that's the one thing we can't find. Because we have it. We are it. But we confuse it with all these images.
All right, let's go on to the other end.
So therefore, if you understand perfectly clearly that you can't do anything to find that very, very important thing, God, enlightenment, nirvana, whatever, then what? Well, I find, it's so stupid, because even if I tell myself, well, there's nothing I can do about it, why did I say that? You see? Why did I say that? Why did I go out of my way to tell myself there's nothing I can do about it? Because in the back of my mind there was a funny little feeling that if I did tell myself that, something different would happen. See? All right. So even that doesn't work. Nothing works. Now, when absolutely nothing works, where are you? Well, here we are. I mean, there's this feeling of something going on.
Bulldoze through these.
Now, the world doesn't stop dead when there's nothing you can do. Here's something happening. Now, just there, that's what I'm talking about. There's the habit. When you are not doing anything about it, you're not doing anything about it, you just can't help it. It goes on despite anything you think or worry about or whatever. Now, there is the point. Right there. And remember, although you will think at first that this is a kind of determinism, there are two reasons why it isn't. One, there is nobody being determined. Now, other people think of determinism as the direction of what happens by the past, the causation of what happens. You will see that that is a hallucination. The present does not come from the past. If you listen, and only listen, close your eyes. Where do the sounds come from, according to your ears? You hear them coming out of the past. The sounds come, and then they fade off. They go like echoes, or echoes in the labyrinths of your brain, which we call memory. The sounds don't come from the past. They come out of now and trail off. You can do that later with your eyes. You can see, like when you're watching television, there's a vibration coming out from the screen through your eyes. And it starts from there somehow. Because we see the hands, and then they move, we think that the movement is caused by the hands. But the hands were there before, and so can move later.
got guessing, took a crumble and last we grow and strengthen our communication.
Yeah, no one's here. So that's how most of these tiny places are. At least every time I cycle.
Hey.
Hello, horse. Hello. I should maybe incorporate that lady's enthusiasm in my high. Hey! Horse on the baby horse. Hello, hello. Horse. The adult horses have got blinders on. Most of them. 8-bit. Alright. Still drizzling, but at least the wind has calmed down a bit. Yeah, it's being run from a remote OBS instance. Stuttering quite a bit, huh? I don't quite remember the specs. Maybe I exported that in like 4K. And the stream output is in obviously 1080p 30 frames per second. Could be the reason. I'll maybe have to change that. Because I don't think that's the case with the other scenes. Because they're all exported as pixelated 1080p. But yeah, I think so. That might be one possible reason. was good before. If it were like if it was like from, I don't know, last week or something, then what I said is a possible reason. I think. I don't remember what I did. Oh boy. Supposed to go the other way. Let's cut here. But hey, there's a shed. Should we open the shed? Maybe not. Whew.
Who are you to wave your finger? You must have been out your head. I hold deep in muddy waters. You practically raised the dead. Rock the grave to snow the cradle and burn the evidence down. So far out the causing glass, so don't the coffin of stones round. You must have been. You must have been.
Legs are doing fine. Too much info, button, saddle, different story. But it's fine. My go-to anti-chafe cream is done, so I switched, like I just used the other one I got 1 billion years ago, and that's not as great. I remember getting, as part of an emergency, I remember getting pseudo creme, which is kind of like what's used for babies, I think, for diaper rash, because that's all they had. And that day I had to get like a big one because I was the only one available. But many people swear by this one thing from a brand called These Nuts or something of that sort. It's all the same, like the quote unquote good quality stuff, they all have like menthol in it or whatever, but that's how it goes. It's all good there. It's not as horrendous as it is for some people. Anyway, too much info, but that's it. But legs are fine. But also one of the tricks is to wear the thing closest to your skin to be seamless, so that there's no chafing and stuff. No, I mean, it's not so much about like the saddle, I think. It's just like this saddle works for me, and this is kind of what I have on most bikes. It's kind of like a bit of discomfort is expected if sitting on the saddle for like 6 hours straight. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, anyone doing any sort of long distance stuff, some people swear by bibs. Some people don't wear any padded stuff. There have also been some people who converted to just wearing merino stuff. What time is it? 2 o'clock? Huh. Why does it seem like it's like 5 o'clock or something? You're still not in a sin. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. I have that as well. Like I've tried over time all kinds of stuff. I'll still wear, like once in a while I'll wear padded shorts under my baggies or whatever. But if it's like a chill overnight or whatever, I prefer not to. It's just bulky, gets, you know, another thing to take care of. Hey. And there's no airflow, it feels like a diaper. But yeah, I mean, positives and negatives. No pain there. That's good. Some people have, like, their butt starts aching. Some people bring extra bibs as well. That's a bit too much for my liking. But looks like that works for them. guys running around. They're playing. Oh my god, they're gonna attack. Oh shit, they're coming. Oh god, they're coming. They're going crazy. Hey. Good thing this whole thing is like covered with trees. I can hear them. Yeah, they're running in parallel. On the topic of the whole bibs and parrot shots and whatnot, I also know some like pros who do super long events. They take the parrot, I mean, I know as and I don't know them personally, I've just read online that they take the padding off of the bibs or get special bibs made or whatever if they're sponsored. Or wear the bibs without the padding. Hi. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, I read that somewhere. Hi.
Oh.
Hi. And what, the raw steak would be cooked by the time they reach their destination, I suppose. And then they would eat it. Gross. Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Hey. Faster electric scooter kids are going. Not kids, adults. Hey. Take a bit of rest once we get to Assen. Wait. Hey. Ah, we came through Boylan. All right. New Holland agriculture. Magazine. one plots. Alright, there seems like they sell a bunch of agricultural equipment. What the hell? That thing is crazy. Dunno. Hey. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I think it looks like some sort of a tilling thing. I don't know. I could do like a Google reverse search, but I'm being a bit lazy. Because they have like pokey, springy stuff. So I'm assuming that's what they're for. Yeah. Grass over for drying. Could be. Quite possible. Welcome in Drenthe. Yay, we made it to our base station area. Do, do, do. Alright, we got a super long just road ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a bright side of it. At least I'm not that cow just sitting there, I suppose. Hey. Hey. Yeah, it feels more than that for sure. Yeah, today feels pretty slow. Oh no, hope it's not the sandy bits again. It is the sandy bits again. Right. They've got their NS West on. Oh wow. Yeah. That's a bit weird. I guess if you get used to biking here, all of these rules, other rules, seem a bit unnecessary and weird. Budapest. People riding there. Traffic is crazy. Oh wow. Even on country roads. Hey. Got a trail runner. Traffic, gosh, yeah. That kind of warrants a vest, I suppose, then. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like helmet and wouldn't it be fun if one of these planks just gave in and I fell with this cargo bike? The bike is just gonna sink and I'll have to wade my way through. Right. 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 Time to do a stretch session. Ooh. You can, yeah. Don't slide. Maybe just there for a bit. Hope with all of this stopping the battery's actually lost.
Dansgedeelte te verzorgen. Nou, hoe dan?
mosquito stop. Alright, time to keep going. Whew. Found a stick to poke into my hip. Yeah. We'll see. I think it's gonna rain tomorrow as well. Empty roads. think both.
Hey everyone, on Diaries Plus, we've put together a series called and that's the thing that we know.
Build and trade and use is just our collective bond. A generation that's now already witnessed several wars and economic crashes growing up trying to get good grades in school while our families were fighting, you know, like over these things we didn't understand as kids. And so like with that all in our minds, we have this very base level, like, okay, there's a lot to be fixed here. Most creators are talking about like more and more, what can I do with my platform in the ways that people in the past would say, like, what can I do with my investment? What can I do with my money? What can I do with the resources that I have available? Well, like, we don't have that many resources, so let's work with what we've got, and what we've got is relationships. And so we do think about it super strategically. Like, I'd say I'm a mid-level creator. Top-level creators with really massive audiences, like, you can't just accidentally do that. You can accidentally start doing that, but you can't accidentally continue doing that. Right. And continue doing it on a regular basis.
Yeah, my goal was to take a break in Austin.
Or even simpler than that, just to have a space to relax. Creators are very, very passionate about it, and it is
so
an honor to be part
that's
of the
where we're
community
gonna take a
that's so
break.
inclusive and so cooperative. I think it looks pretty competitive from the outside, but more and more every day it's becoming incredibly cooperative and supportive industry.
Because once the momentum is broken, it's
wants to make it easier for whoever's coming up.
It's tricky to restart that.
I don't want to build an audience, I want to outfit one. And how do you do that?
This is
what's
shit
the Alex Harris
podcast.
4 points or how many points
Okay.
for empowerment?
So one, two is sharing resources. 3 is handing over ownership and letting go of ownership. So giving ownership to audience.
Shut up. Hey.
We'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which this podcast was produced, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. We pay our respects to elders past and present.
Dear Diary, today was quite rough and tough. The dunes here are massive, The sea's not too bad, although the wind's blowing the wrong direction.
I'm over it. Nothing is done in moderation. Everything's turning one thing or the other.
I've got a broken toe, chafed to the left arm and right nipple, and these shorts are starting to stink.
It's 2007 in Mozambique, and Beau Miles is setting off on an epic journey around the coast of Africa. He's always been an adventurer, but this is his most audacious trip yet. His plan is to travel the next 4,000 kilometers purely under his own steam in a small one-man kayak. For the next 5 months, he'll face huge swells, treacherous weather, and for 6 weeks of the trip, he'll be entirely alone. He'll make it just over halfway before he decides to call it quits. But this half journey isn't the end. More a beginning for a lifetime of adventures that will see Beau 60,000 kilometers through the Australian Alps, cross the Bass Strait, run an hour a mile marathon, spend 40 days eating only canned beans, and walk his daily 90-kilometer commute. I'm Matt Middleton, and this is A Day. Today, what it takes to live a life of adventure, and how you can find it even in the I'm extremely happy to say that I've got Beau Miles in for my Head Game podcast. You're an adventurer, explorer, and when I say that to my son, because I'm the same, I say, oh, Dad, what do you do? I said, oh, I'm an adventurer and an explorer, and he says, Dad, that's not a real job.
He's right.
Is he
He's
right?
so
What do you reckon?
Totally
So it's
is.
interesting that I'm speaking to you, who is an adventurer and an explorer. Now, take me back to what first ignited that sense of adventure in you, Beau. Where did that come from?
My mum was pretty good at trying to keep me off the sporting field. So, which half worked and half didn't. But that involved things like golf lessons and books.
Right.
And things that weren't going to bang my head or injure my knees or legs or whatever.
So your mum was keen to sort of wrap you up in a bit of cotton wool.
Yeah, kind of. Well, she's a country kid, right? But she was an emergency nurse. And so she just saw all the worst of humanity, I suppose, when it comes across in the ET department. So, which kind of worked. I didn't play much football as a kid, which I think is great now. I've got great knees and great ankles and whatever. But through the books that she bought me, I think I was never a reader until about 15, and then it sparked, and then I couldn't put a book down for 5 or, I don't know, well, forever, really. I don't read as much now as I did as a kid, but as a kid I read lots of adventure stories. The Everest thing bit, and I just thought, wow, I want to go and have some grand adventures and go and see the world.
So that's what really sparked your interest, were your books and adventure through literacy. And did you read them and think, I could do this? Yeah, exactly. Did it spark a journey for you to go out there and see what's about?
Yeah, I can remember myself as a kid reading Roald Dahl and Danny, I think it was, Danny the Champion of the World, coach pheasants in some aristocracy, behind the garden walls. And I remember as a kid, my heart rate thinking, that is fun, that is cool. And I started to do little, smaller versions of that as a 15, 16-year-old, because I was a pretty meek kid. I wasn't adventurous. But yeah, that's where it started, and I can kind of trace it back to that. But it's taken me a lot of years to kind of redevelop my own form of it too, because I know you've been up Everest, Ant, but I went there as a 19-year-old, hiking around the place and doing some small little peaks, and it scared the heck out of me, seeing those high mountains. I thought, wow, this is scary. So I needed to go away and find my own form before I potentially go back.
Yeah, I can imagine at 19 Everest being scary, because my first mountain that I climbed when I was 17 was Snowdon in the UK, and that was scary to me, so let alone seeing Everest at the age of 19. What was your first real adventure as a kid?
Yeah, it was the bursting the bubble, so your circle of influence, or your circle of where you're willing to go, gets bigger the older you get. Maybe it starts at hell, it starts at the age of 2, right? It goes from 20 metres to 50 to 100 to a kilometre or whatever. And I remember My dad was militant. He would never take me places if he didn't think it was worthwhile taking me. And he'd be the only person that would know what is worthwhile or not. But he said, I can't go to a mate's place. You want to go there, go yourself. So I'm 14, maybe 15. I got a clapped out old bike, and it's about 35 k's to this friend's house, over, you know, several villages away, over mountains and through a bit of bush, and some of it's dirt road. And I thought, you know what? And I was scared to heck of doing it because I'd never done that. If I have a puncture, you know, what do I do? But I rode to this mate's place, and feeling that, you know, I've gone beyond my boundaries. This is full out, and it's fantastic, and I'm using my body to do it. And so I recognised pretty early that, you know, the body's a really cool tool to just go places, and I've done it ever since.
Yeah, your body's a, you know, primary mode of transport. You know, it's so easy nowadays to jump on a train, jump on a plane, jump in a car. But ultimately, the adventure is with oneself, right? It's actually moving yourself and getting into these locations yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And hindsight's fantastic, and you have, you know, you can articulate it as an adult that these are where these things were born. And I didn't. It was just a young kid growing up, and I genuinely don't think I was a man until about 25, 26, so I still had sort of 10 years of sort of boyhood, young adulthood still in front of me, where I had no ambition, and now my outdoor stuff has lots more layers to it. It was fun, and probably more pure, but of course it was a bit aimless as well. I was just doing it because it felt right.
And what was the first adventure that you went on that gave you that sense of ambition, that gave you that sense of, wow, actually, this is what it's all about?
Well, I set off for Everest. You know, I read all the Everest literature and mountaineering literature from sort of the ages of 16 through to 18. Totally inspired by, in some respects, the tragedy of 96 on Everest when all those people died. This huge monumental May climbing season. So that, I mean, that in that tragedy inspired such interest. And so I went to Everest, and that was one thing or another. But when I was never really at risk there. There's lots of villages around, there's other trekkers, hikers, and I'm still just a young bloke. I'm not really being edgy yet. My first edgy experience was solo sea kayaking off the Great Australian Coast, going out to see some islands off Ceduna, and that was where it's, righto, okay, but you are accountable, you are everything, and you know, you're going to have a good day or a bad day based on your decisions here. And that was, I think I was 22 or 23, so it was, yeah, like I say, emerging into that sort of, I was no longer a boy, I was becoming an adult because I was making accountable decisions.
And what sparked that decision to have that segue? You know, because it's quite a segue to go, right, I'm going to hike around the Himalayas to then, you know, jumping in the kayak and putting yourself in that situation.
Oh, it was by default, really. I wanted to do it, but it was supposed to be a friend's trip. Me and a couple of mates, you know, we finish uni, we graduate, and let's go on a couple of months around some islands. And they all pulled out. They got girlfriends. I did not. I was never much good with girlfriends. And so off I went by myself, and so by default I was by myself. And I suspected I liked my own company, but it really hammered home then that, yep, I loved my own company. And so that was, and sea kayaking is fantastic for that autonomy, your own speed. You know, you sort of go where the wind blows, literally. And so it was just great. I loved it. And made enough mistakes to realise that I really liked improving, and made enough good calls to know that there were some really amazing moments in there.
Yeah, and there's adventure, and then there's, you know, versatility in adventure. You know, hiking, kayaking, you know, going off by yourself. The segue thereafter again, this epic journey around the coast of Africa. What made you decide to do that, and where did that idea come from?
I was still very much, I had my head in the sand, really, and my early filmmaking stuff was pretty crap, to be honest. It was I was trying to look for heroic moments, or I was trying to look for something that was long-winded enough to get respect just by sheer fact of doing it. It didn't have as much humility, nor everydayness, nor creativity. You know, I think adventures need all those things, but Africa came about because of the relative success of me going 6 weeks alone across these islands in Australia. So I was in Esperance, I was drunk in the pub, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to up the ante here. And I came back home, and this is Google didn't really exist, but I did some research into people paddling in Africa or South Africa or around the sort of southern half of Africa, so south of the equator, and very few big expeditions have been done there, especially not alone. So I trained up for it and planned, and that all went out the window as soon as I did Africa. But 4 years from when I did the Australian trip to when I did the African trip, and away I went, and yeah, it changed my life, absolutely, that big expedition. Learned a lot about a lot.
Yeah, that's great, mate, because there's always a purpose and always a cause, and as much as the adventure was on your side, there's also filmmaking. You love documenting and your adventures along the way. Was that another passion of yours? Did they sort of merge together, or did one sort of lead the other?
Yeah, they were kind of. I kind of used it to justify going away, and instead of earning proper money doing all sorts of other things, I thought, oh, how do I go and have an adventure, but maybe earn some money out of it, or maybe make a job of it? And so I was interested enough in, not many folks around don't love a good story being told via a screen medium, whether it's cinema or TV or a game show. There can be just great versions of it, so humans love it. So I thought, oh, how do I, and it's challenging too, it's making films is freaking hard work. So I took that challenge on board.
Yeah.
I was not a natural sea person, I wasn't a natural filmmaker.
Almost
so let's just see how they go. I knew I had to work at both of them. But I do love making, I love shot making, and yet I think I'm a natural shot maker, but I'm not a natural technician in films. I've got
I think I'll stop at the next ice cream shop I find.
Because I'm so busy that like
because we're not really going through Austin,
I love that.
But to the east side of it.
Yeah, it's good for a doorstop, man. I've got a whole box of them. I worked at a university, and your currency at a university is to get a PhD, so that was kind of part and parcel of it. And it's about expeditionary life and about the benefits of that in an educational setting. So that's kind of what I love, schools and programs out there that take young folks out there, and this sort of supported that.
And talk us through what you documented for your PhD. It was the 400k kayak journey across the Bass Straits. Now, that's an adventure.
Well, it seems like it, but it's a bit of a pussycat, really. It can get very, mate, the stuff you've done is wild compared to that in some respects. It was pretty tame in a sense that Bass Strait can get very angry very quickly, but otherwise it's very paddleable and comes down very quickly. It's very shallow. So with our forecasting these days, and a smartphone in your hatch, you're fine. You just got to go on a good day and be willing to, if you cap out, right, I'm willing to paddle in 18 knots, then you don't go out in anything over 18 knots, and that's it. That's your day. So you kind of draw a line in the sand, and life becomes pretty easy as an expeditionary sea kayaker with good comms. So you do that 25 years ago when you're relying on a barometer and looking to the sky a bit more, and you're going to get into some more gnarly situations. But these days, with the sophisticated stuff we have in our pocket, it's remarkable.
What did you learn from that expedition?
I learnt lots in the sense that that's where the do things a bit differently bug might have bit. I thought these are, take Africa for example. It was a 6-month expedition. I'm single. I'm dirt poor. I'm having a grand, existential, amazing experience as a young bloke. But I come back and I've got 20 hours worth of footage. I end up making a 50-minute film. It takes 3 years to make the film. There's an awful lot of one experience that goes into just one idea and one story. Whilst out on, crossing Bass Strait 10 years later, I want more bang for buck for my adventure nowadays. That doesn't need to be as long. It doesn't need to be I don't need to be at the red line of life and death. I can come back a notch, and I want to be home, and I'm in relationships now too, you know, so I'm a married man with kids. I can't bugger it for 6 months, so I need to try and package my adventurous world into a long weekend or overnight or 24 hours or a week, you know, rather than go on the big one. So what's the difference between Everest and crossing the Pacific and coming back and doing your own boyhood river and sitting up a tree for a day, you know? Can you sort of trick yourself into thinking that these things are adventurous? And I think that's half true.
But you made a 6-part series on YouTube, which ultimately set the tone for you. Did it change your life? Not as in change your life, but it changed your way of now thinking, wow, this actually works. You know, this is getting a lot of traction. It's getting a lot of attention. Let's go into the next.
Well, I think what you've touched on there, Ant, is that I was not an overnight success on YouTube, and even now I'm kind of a small fish in a big pond. But there's a lot of us watching YouTube too, so absolutely. It came but what it did do is it kind of made me realise that I was always one of those grand stories, and I was a filmmaker. You know, for 10 years I wanted to make a grand story and be a filmmaker, and none of it was successful, period. But the smaller bite-sized chunks of Bass by Kayak in 10-minute installments on a platform that's very inclusive. You know, YouTube's a positive social media, and it's in most people's pockets. You know, most of the world now, I think 75-80% of the world has internet capacity. You're in all of those people's lives potentially, and so I thought, you know what? Rather than become this sort of cinema-esque, feature filmmaker guy that takes himself seriously, just produce stuff and put it in people's pockets. And I'm sort of half flipping on it now, because there's also oppression in being a YouTuber, because it's relentless, right? I've got to be a 2-week storyteller, and that's freaking hard. But otherwise, the actual platform and the creative outlet, I think is great, and I love it.
Well, you skipped over Africa. Take me back to that adventure and that expedition. What was the idea? Why did you set out to do that expedition? What was the purpose behind it?
Oh, well, so there was no charity. It's just Bo trying to do his thing. I must admit, I got nervous about 6 months out planning for this, and I invited then some friends to come along. I thought, righto, how do I sort of...
Well, you got nervous doing it yourself. You thought, you know what, it's too big to take off by myself.
But solo at sea is a bit like free soloing rock. You know, it's complete accountability, and the sea is a scary place. The big sea is a scary place. I didn't have charts, I had aviation maps, and I'm going in sort of half cooked, because Google wasn't around then. You just got to do as much research as you can.
And how did the expedition look? What were you trying to achieve?
It was all set out to be on the paddle from the Tropic of Capricorn on the east to the Tropic of Capricorn on the west. So start in Mozambique and finish in Namibia. And so I started about, 20 or 30 nautical miles north of the Tropic of Capricorn in Mbani. In I go, and I'll have with me for the first month or 6 weeks this Kiwi bloke who's a sailor, really good with the sea, and a lovely bloke too. And Kiwis are hardy. Kiwis are they're bloody get-in sort of folks. And so off we go, and everything kind of works enough. You know, we make lots of rookie mistakes, and the trade winds kick our ass, and you know, the locals are very friendly, but we find it really hard just to get water and food, and you know, we go through all these sort of trials. Jared, my Kiwi mate, he gets malaria, and we overshoot a visa, so we have to legally get him out of the country, and then I set off on my own for a couple of months. And that's where the Bo the boy becomes Bo the man, almost overnight. You know, it was sort of to make those decisions, and I've never been as scared at moments during that.
So take me through a day by yourself. You know, when you've got other people. You're collectively decision making, problem solving. You find yourself by yourself. A trip that you didn't want to be by yourself, right? Let's be honest. And now you find yourself by yourself.
Yeah, sort of careful what you wish for, you know. So the rule of thumb was with Jared. So rule of thumb was if one of us can get out through the shore break, then they wait out past the shore break until the other one can get it. And sometimes it'll take an hour for one or other of us to get out through the shore break, which is fierce in Mozambique. It's steep, it's relentless, and it's just always there. So by yourself, going out through a shore break, I'd allow myself an hour each day to try and get out without, so you get out, you get smacked and hammered and pulled out of your kayak. You can't roll because it's surf, it just pulls you out. You wash up on the beach and you collect all your crap up and you pump your boat out, you get back in and away you go. And so every morning was okay, I'm sitting there, I'll have my, whatever I'm eating and drinking that morning in the dunes, I slowly pack. I get up before dawn or the first crack of bird, and then I'm down on the beach, and at first light I want to be on the water. And I'd sit there eating whatever I'm eating, and I don't take my eyes off
Yeah.
the water conditions and where is the best spot to get out. Where's the low break? What are the sets doing? Where's the reef? What's the tide doing? Mozambique lacks a lot of, and so does northern South Africa. It lacks a lot of headlands. It's just beach, and it's beach for 20 or 30 k's, and there might be a small extinct headland, which is basically just a bulbous section of beach. That's what you're gunning for. You're just looking for anywhere that's got the least, or some sort of lee side, like a little fold point, or somewhere where the swell and the movement of water is less. Or you're looking for something like a rip. You're looking for water to be travelling back out to sea, and you want to get on that train. But it's all moving too, and low tide to high tide is always shifting. So you might have come in on a high tide, got all this water in front of you, fantastic, but you get up in the morning and it's low tide and you've got 400 metres of reef in front of you, So I was often having to drag my kayak down to a small headland or somewhere that looks like it's more, easier to get out. So it was the constant dance of that, and the language barriers. I didn't speak the local languages, so asking the local was somewhat useless. And they're just seeing some alien dude rock up on their coast, They,
yeah, exactly.
They're not sure whether they should help you or rob you.
So, how do you feel when you're by yourself? I mean, how isolating is it? You're now by yourself. You've got quite a journey ahead of you. What are you feeling? Are you thinking about turning it in, or you just say I'm gonna finish this?
Bit of both. The trouble is, I mean, to sort of, I have an okay trigger, as in I'll pull the pin when I know that it's going to do either long-term damage or I just can't go on. With my run across the Australian Alps, it was very much the same. I plugged on because I knew my leg was still okay. It was okay. I was injured, but it was okay enough. And with Africa, if I'd pulled the pin any time sooner, that was just a impatience thing, or it would have been a knee-jerk thing. And I knew I kind of had to. I don't enjoy suffering, but I don't mind if it when it's sort of a means to an end either. And I started to think in smaller chunks then, to get to Durban, reevaluate, get to Cape Town, see what happens, just to use those chunks of time. And so that's what I do. It's and then that's a classic tale of it, isn't it? Of adventures. It's breakdown time and movement and distance.
When do you finish, and how do you feel that you've finished this trip?
We have defining moments in our life, don't we? And finishing Africa or getting to I got to Cape Town. I'd had to borrow a paddle at that stage because I'd lost a paddle, and so I was using this new fangled paddle or scoop paddle, and I had tendonitis all up through my arms. It was too stiff and too fast for old plugger here. And so I was, and I was in love with like 3 women. I had negative money in my bank account. It was just, shit wasn't quite right.
Talk to me about these 3 women.
One in England, one in South Africa, and one in Australia.
And you're just picking them up along the way, mate.
No, I didn't want to, but these things just happen, And so I'm in a bit of a rock and a hard place emotionally, physically, economically.
Yeah.
Which is good for adventure, when you push yourself into a corner. But I had to pull the pin then. It's, the seasonal stuff, and getting up to Namibia was going to be a political nightmare too. So that was a relatively easy decision to stop the trip. It was a month short of when I wanted to be, but I was way short of where I wanted to be physically anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you pulled the pin.
Bo Miles was quite the character.
Pull the pin, forget about the footage. Did you feel disappointed? Did you feel like
absolutely
you let yourself down? Did you?
Yeah.
And the more that the more that you sort of sit and dwell on it, the more it agitates you, the deeper that footage gets, right?
Totally. It was a bit of a fester, and this is where this whole notion of success comes in. There were lots successful about that trip, but more unsuccessful, I felt. So I came home with a bit of a Debbie Downer atmosphere about me. I just thought that what I'd taken on was overly ambitious with not enough training or research, and just a bit ad hoc. And I thought, Bo, you probably pulled the trigger on this a bit early. You probably need to be a bit more of a salty to do this for a longer period of time in a different phase of your life. You know, I felt like I'd cocked it up. My sort of one opportunity to have a grand adventure before serious life kicked in, I'd sort of misstepped on, I thought. And so I was pretty cross at myself with that, and sort of that's why the footage sat in a box, and I went off and did shorter stuff and earned some money and whatever.
But you've done 6 weeks solo paddling. It's being an adventurer. Did you not just think, right, let's just take the positives from the journey, implement them, and use them for the next big adventure? Because ultimately that was coming, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I do now. I absolutely do now. But I suppose I sulked a bit. You know, I've always been a positive dude, but I think I got home and I was a bit, woe is me, because I didn't, climb the peak that I wanted to climb. So I've had to learn that maturity, and that was sort of where it all set off from.
When did you think, right, let's get this footage out, let's actually make something of it, and let's bring something positive from the journey?
Well, as we know, some of the best stories of all time are created with animosity, or when you don't succeed.
Yeah,
So I thought, righto, and so humility then percolated to the surface. It wasn't, I failed at my trip. It was, I failed at my original intention. Whereas you're right, there was so much good stuff in there. The people were amazing. The landscape is remarkable. I scared the bollocks out of myself. I went lots of highs and lows and all that great stuff. It just didn't quite have the end result that I wanted. But after a year or two of getting on with things and sulking somewhat, it was like, right, come on, make something of this, and positivity kicked back in. I'm a natural optimist, and let's make a story out of this thing.
And you're an incredible storyteller as well. So, looking back at that footage, surely...
I tell you what, well, Ant, maybe you stumbled upon it. I wasn't until I started making that film, because I realised I had to be a humble... I didn't do all the things I set out and I told people I would just do. I thought I'd do all those things, and I didn't. And so I had to eat my humble pie and become a different kind of storyteller. And I think that sort of started me off on this path of... you don't have to be a hero, Bo. Just go and have a great time and shoot the everyday.
Did you receive some bad news about a fellow kayaker that passed away trying to paddle from Australia to New Zealand? How did that hit you during that? And was that one of the defining moments that sort of deflated you and gave, made you decide to call it a day?
It was part of it. It's probably where doubt started to trickle in, of this confident young bloke who was there. And Jared was still with me at that stage. He wasn't yet sick. And he filmed me I used to do a live radio across to Australia each week. And I'm live on radio to ABC in Australia. And the presenter says that Andrew, who'd set off a similar time to me, whom I'd talked to before he left, and he's a world-class, he was like the Alex Honnold of the solo sea kayaking world at that time, really kind of edgy, ballsy stuff, willing to go longer, further, with few comms. He just sets off on these big, massive trips across the Gulf of Carpentaria, Tassie in one hit, and now New Zealand. And for such a good, for all of my failings as a sea kayaker, if I'm impulsive, he's patient. If I train 50 k's, he trains 100. He was very good. He was kind of the blueprint of what a mountaineering sea kayaker would look like, in a sense. So to hear him live on radio, or by the presenter, say, look, Andrew's gone missing, presumed dead. They haven't found his kayak yet at that stage, I don't think. I was quite surprised by how emotional that made me. I thought, gee, how's this bloke who's so good and I'm just doing a coast steering trip. Geez, what are you doing, mate? So I was pretty sad about that.
Wow. And so you were dealing with all of that, and were you dealing with that? Was there a mourning process within that as well that just in your head sort of tarnished that trip?
I think so. I mean, I didn't know Andrew personally at all, but he was out there as a kind of he was sort of representative of the zenith of what we were doing. My sat phone at that stage, with people were able to text it, lit up with texts saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Because all the headlines in Australia were Australian kayaker goes missing. And like I say, the hindsight thing, absolutely. I look back at it now, and there's a sort of a change of tone in that expedition based on that knowledge that Andrew was likely dead, and that he'd made a mistake, or he got so close. You know, they found his boat, and in it was one camera, and he's got a photo of Mount Cook. You know, he's got a photo of the peaks of New Zealand. So he saw landfall, and then, as we know, so many drivers make those fatal mistakes 5 to 10k from home. You know, their faculties just ease a bit. Now, he was strung out like all buggery by that stage too, but you know, he did so much of the journey, and then it all just came to kaput. And yeah, that played on me for weeks.
So you revisit the footage. When you actually realise what you've got and what you achieved, and you know the moments that you had, does it reignite a positive spark within yourself to not only get this footage out, but also to get back out there and give things another crack, whether it's another expedition, another task, or whatever it was?
Absolutely. Yeah, get over yourself, Bo. There's plenty of life to go.
Still drizzling, but at least the wind has calmed down a bit.
walking track. I ran that 2021, early 2021. The film series has only just come out. It was a problematic story to tell because I was no longer just running for the sake of trying to run the fastest or longest. It had a complicated story behind it, and so I'm proud that I went back and did that, and I'm a better runner now than I was 2 years ago, and so I
just have 20% left of the battery.
50 or 80
we'll see how long I can
in kind of hills, not mountains, and was able to make that
keep
work,
that going
on sort of a subpar body. So yeah, I'm really proud of that, and they're hard days. They're just hard days on end where you just suffer fest, and so I'm proud for that. That 220k.
Yeah, you've done. There's so many adventures that I want to talk about. You've done so many, but you're almost the epitome of letting people know that you can have an adventure in your own backyard, right? You know, you don't have to. You don't have to seek your own Everests. You don't have to seek your Cape Horns. You don't have to. There is literally adventure to be had in your own backyard, and one of your adventures, which I love, and I don't know if we could call it an adventure, I suppose it is, was eating your body weight in canned beans.
Yeah, do you know, Ant? Here it is. So I've written.
I'm like, what a guy! I love this. You know.
Oh, at all my book signings that I've had in the past, I've almost signed as many tins of beans as I have.
God, just talk us through that, mate. Because honestly, that's what I say about adventure. You literally the most versatile adventurer I've ever met. What made you want to eat your body weight in beans?
I don't know what film it was. It was Dennis.
I have a few.
He miniaturizes
we'll see.
Himself and he goes.
I do have another one which has a bit left in it as well.
And he's in a body in a tiny submarine, just cruising around someone's lymphatic system veins. Anyway, I suppose it's a bit of a long bow to draw, but I do love the idea that, I mean, our body and what we put into it is going to make us feel and think a particular kind of thing, which is all we go adventuring for anyway, right? It's to feel something physically and to feel something emotionally and spiritually in your mind, whatever it might be. So we've got all these things that we can manipulate ourselves with, and of course food is such a huge one. What would I think and feel, and how would my body react to just eating beans for however many days it took? And I scratched out the figures, and then if I 40 days, 39 in the end, 39 days of eating only beans, which was 4 to 7 tins a day. It was liberating, and in the fact that I never had to think about food. As in, if I was hungry, I would just eat a tin of beans, and that was it. I'd never think about what I'm eating, how I'm going to prepare it, all that. I just crack a tin and just crack on. That was really quite liberating. But the body, I went from a emotional state of sort of 7 to 9 every day, which is my regular kind of life, to just a 6. All the time I was a 6. And so I got to view what it is like to, in some way, be oppressed by food. And what the hell does adventure look like when you're only a 6 all the time? And it was fascinating. It was a fascinating insight into humanity, into what my body is capable of, and what my mind, where does optimism come from? It bloody comes from what you eat, because I was just beige all the time. And so it was an adventure of where I didn't go anywhere, and that itself was really challenging for me too. I didn't have the motivation to go running or paddling. I didn't have the energy to do it as much, and so I had to make a story out of feeling pretty shit and doing something really different. And so there was challenges coming at me from all over the place, and it was kind of cool.
No, I love the humour in adventure as well, because when we talk about adventure and we look at adventure, everyone thinks it's going to be sort of really arduous and hardcore.
What? 74.
There's got to be some kind of traumatic sort of,
if that's the number
that's going to change you for the rest of your life. But ultimately, the humour in adventure is super important to it. You've got to be able to look at adventure from the bright side and be able to smile at it and be able to laugh at it.
Well, I suppose so, and yet when your producer reached out,
I think I'm missing the reference.
And I looked you up on Wikipedia and just because we're of similar age. I think I've got a year on you, but And in terms of, and you've done things that are far more, they're just so different to mine too. You know, your life fascinates me incredibly because of the kind of, I think you have had all of these high-end things that are scary as hell and have different, deeper meanings, and you're being told to do things and whatever. It's just...
How do you go from kayaking to running? Are you just a naturally fit individual that's got a super resilient mindset? What made you switch up, and why 650 kilometres for the Australian?
Well, I like, I'm probably more of a runner than I was a paddler, given that that was my releases at 14, 15 year old kid. I thought I could run and burst the bubble. Home, lived on a small farm with dad.
Okay, I get the
So
reference
that
now.
was a good release for me as a young bloke going through kind of puberty, I suppose. So I became
Yeah,
a
I
runner
would say
before,
6
well
as
and
well.
truly before as a paddler. And so that was always my default. And I was always okay. You know, I've got a good heart, good strong heart. The only thing I can say about my body is that it's kind of an abusable body in that I just don't get injured all that much. I go have
It's better though. It went
strength.
from like
So I'm
5 to
lucky.
6.
I've got my mum's body. She was a great athlete. And once you kind of know that, you sort of lean into it a little. And so I was able to run longer and longer distances when I started to get into it. And I do things for, you know, I did it as a 20, well, I did the big run as a 30-something-year-old bloke, but it was on 10 years worth of just training ad hoc, but always running. I've always run. And I was so surprised. You know, this is when the Pacific Crest and the Appalachian and all the European big famous walks are being run for fastest known times, and it's becoming a bit of a thing. And I was shocked to know that the Australian Ops walking track had never been run. It had been attempted for 4 or 5 years by a bunch of blokes, and it had been knocked back with weather and snow events and landslides and fires and all sorts of stuff, you know. And I just got lucky. I just picked my time and away I went and was able to get the job done on a bit of a shonky leg. But it was remarkable. Yeah, and like Africa, like day 62 in Africa, big waves and being scared to death, I learned a lot about myself out there with the body demise, more than I'd ever had.
How long did it take you?
13 days, 10 hours, I think, maybe a couple more minutes than that, but it's down to now 11 days and something. So, and look, people all...
You were the first to do it, you broke that one.
Yeah, first to stretch. And a lot of sections that are bush bashing, the blackberries or hot bush or just thick jungle for kilometres at a time. So it's it's pretty. And my parents pinch hit for a couple of nights. Yeah, it was good, and I was sort of averaging 50 odd Ks a day because I did the longer route with lots of various. I did the easier route, so whenever there was an up and over a mountain, a single track or a go around contoured fire trail, I'd do the contoured fire trail.
Hey.
So I kind of cheated in some respects, but it tacked on an extra 50 Ks. But I had relatively good access by Charlie, my brother-in-law, in four-wheel drive. So I'd just roll out of swag and sleep in the swag, just snore my head off and get up in the morning. And I was roughly 12 hours on trail each day and 4 hours of just moseying around a meal, and I had 8 square hours of sleep every day. It's good.
Wow, so that and the trip around Africa, Cape Horn, those are the two that missed as much.
Yeah, they're the bigger, longer range things that sort of mind the body demise, or where where you have those every 3 or 4 days you have a questionable moment in your mind. Why am I doing this? What's the point of this?
And why do you do it? But answer that question.
Hey.
What is the point? There must be for you to keep doing.
I'm out of water.
Well, I suppose it's a bit like when I pass something that's usable or good loot on it. Someone has hard rubbish on the side of the road, and I pass it and I see it and I have room in the car. I can't unsee it, and I go back and I generally get it. And when I have these moments of clarity where I think, you know what, that trail, I'd love to run or walk that trail or paddle that particular coast. If I still have that thought a day or two later and I write 100 words about it in a notebook or a thing, it manifests, it embeds, and that's it. And then it's just a pride thing. Let's do this. I've had the thought. It's got legs. Let's see it through. And so then I'm genuinely excited about new places, both real and imagined. Absolutely. So once a story has struck and I'm keen to do it and it excites me, then away I go.
Yeah, what fascinates me about you, Bo, is the extent of your adventures. Like you said, the big ones, paddling. Really, an absolute 650.
Sort of almost like an Arctic trip of glaciation. You're just having to drag this kayak through everything and anything and then paddle certain sections. It was freaking hard and brilliant too. It was brilliant. One of the best adventures I've ever had, and it was often 10 or 20 meters from the road I always drive. Amazing.
So where is your mindset at on a daily basis? Because you're one of these people, you can step outside your door, you'll see an adventure and you'll want to do it.
Yeah, I'm far more disciplined now, and I write things down, and I'm a family man with 2 little girls and a wife, and so things are far more strategic.
Yeah.
But I am intimidated by life in the sense that 1, I'm scared of death, and 2, I'm scared of not doing enough in my years I have left. So it's always, for me now, it's about what are the best ideas, because ideas are cheap. And the hard part is to make good of your best ideas. And so I'm constantly trying to whittle down the best ideas into the best stories, which give you the best.
We're back now. Now I said I do have like a Red Bull and a 7-Up, so that's.
I suppose so.
It's not dire.
Skeptic of legacy, because I suppose once I'm gone, and I think of all the people I greatly respect who left stories and artwork and things, and I think they're magnificent. But I love their artwork, but I'd much rather them be here too. So the legacy, between the legacy and the person, I'd rather take the person. So yeah, the thing with stories for me now is that's how I earn my money. So it's just honing my craft. I'm just a carpenter that wants to become better on the tools, So I'm just trying to create, and I want to burst the bubble of. It's about 80% male, 30 to 50 that watch my stuff online, and I want to crack out of that and get more genders and more age diverse and more, just people in weird corners of the world. So that's a real challenge.
Now, final question before we wrap up. If your daughters want to go on some crazy adventures, does Dad go with them? Does Dad go with them, or does he stay at home?
much for coming on my podcast. It's been fascinating and talk about adventure. I think you hone the true sense of adventure.
Hi. I mean, this is zero sugar, quote unquote zero sugar version. It has a bunch of other artificial shit in it. Low bit rate, low bit rate, low bit rate. Hey. It's only 4:30. What the hell? Seems like 7 o'clock to me. Yeah, I think I started around maybe like 10 o'clock or a bit before that. Really? I started streaming then, but I thought I left after 9. Now it's closing again. Okay. Oh wow, really? And raindrop beds.
Broke my heart.
fine.
20 years from now I'll be walking out, missing the point all alone, and no one would know where to point me to. Baby blue, if you knew in my head. You would lose all your own, but you would just lose nothing sticks to this machine calling, quitting, elated, and I can't stop it. But I know my head, use my hands just to keep you in bed, hoping the warmth was enough, keeping the gears from the rust. I can't take much more, my Kentucky is weaker than
Gotta save up something for the last stretch now.
it seems so really bust, breaking the tie
Yeah.
between us.
A bit surprised actually.
Nothing sticks to this machine calling, quitting, elated, and I can't stop it. No, I can't stop it. Well, up to my bones, go over for you. Not really well, may as well be asleep. I tease the leaves of days gone by, look down and look into the sky. I try to follow. I cannot contain the way I feel for you, or the things I ride the wave.
En zij?
Dit is echt een goede foto bij de video.
Yeah. That's it, yeah. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, cafeteria pit stop. Oh shit. Come on. No, I don't know. I just dumped everything there. I recognize this big. I've been past this big bird a couple of times.
Some days I don't ever cry. I can't let my baby be. Tried to turn into a shape that would fit well with me. Now my baby's all alone. Ever since I've been gone, I can't let my baby be.
Yeah, I like that Machine song.
I can't let my baby sleep. Wake him in the wee small hours of the morning breeze. Or I choke up on the tea like a faucet without gears. I can't let my baby sleep. How do you leave behind a love that isn't
Okay, it's not in this album, I guess.
always looking for your next climb, the things I want. Don't take time, no money, I honey, you'll get it. One of these days.
Really?
One of these days, we're gonna make nights. We're gonna get
Yeah, I just
one of these days.
also they weren't paying much attention, they were looking at something. So
If I'm talking sweet to you, you know I'd like to hear it too. It's funny, I think it's a passing phase. But if I feel alone in the morning dew, I start to see new shades of blue.
yeah, I made $50 from the stuff at my house last month.
You know I'm gonna share our place. If it's my last one, if I feel I love you, babe, you may as well turn the blade. It's a murder, I know for days. But I've been singing the same old song and I ain't hearing nothing wrong. One of these days, you know I'm gonna share our house place. If it's the last thing I do. One of these days, you know I'm gonna set our hearts ablaze. If it's the last thing I do, if it's true that I feel more for you than you do for me, it's stunning, honey, how love has done me late. 'Cause one of these days, when love takes flight, we're gonna get in and get it right. One of these days. I kept the bottle we drank from together. Don't always let it stay. Every once in a while you got to remind yourself that it's you.
Pretty much. It's all the tins and plastic water bottles and stuff But then I had been collecting it for like almost 3 months.
In your head, you're screwing your way to the creatures veiled by night, following things that aren't right, and they're tired and they need to be led. You're screaming your way to your bed. Forgive me too, the rambling man, that it always knew that I was away. The beaten, battered cold. My children will live just to grow. But if I sit here and weep, I'll be blown over by the slightest of breeze. And the weak need to be led, and the tender are carried to their bed. It's really fair, and I'll be damned if I'll be found there. Forgive me too, a rambling man, let it always be known that I was who I am.
Yeah, but also there's like a, for me there's a plus right around the corner of my place. So I didn't really have to carry it for that far away, or for that long.
You don't desire as someone you don't want to be. Forgive me too, rambling man, and let it always be known that I was who I am. Forgive me too, rambling man, let it always be known that I was who I am.
But yeah, that's a good use of a cargo bike.
And love is all I love it. I leave you for them. Got a hand on my back. Mama has money now, and Mama has friends. She's making rice for some uptown hands with her money in Baghdad. Why are you so sad? Why are you always so sad? Why do I not understand? Why don't I see what it is you see? Why can't I live and just be? I'm full of guilt. I am full of guilt.
Yeah.
You're very tall, very handsome.
halfway in. I think there's a halfway between any two spots, but between Amsterdam and Haarlem. Yeah.
Baby, never come to me in here. Tell me I'm alone. Don't you think I don't already? All I see is road. No one takes me home. Truth I heard about you, greatest
The tiny ship's name is Barracuda, or a flipper rather.
Tell me I'm alone. Don't you think I don't?
It's not a ship. It's a I don't know, a boat.
There's something I don't know. Where can all I see is road. No one takes me home. Where for your birthday, I sat down to write this song, but I wasn't sure what to say. Afraid these words would come out wrong, that you'll always be my darling to the end, and the measured time out there bed, nesting starlings, we're growing more and more entwined. How the hell did you know? You know what you don't know. Stumble in the wilderness, there's no place to stop. Instinct find a word for one.
Gotta top it off with the classic.
Another disturbing creation from the mind of one sick and who can't tell the difference and gets stupefied. I've been waiting my whole life for just one rock, and all I needed was just one rock. How can you say that you don't give up? Rock, all myself stupefied, I'm back again. All I wanted was just one rock, and when the timing it's so innocent rock, and when I feel like I'm shit out of rock, all myself stupefied, I'm back again. Why? Like they ain't around with my another scope of reality. I can feel that I'll start slipping. I think I'm breaking down. Why do you like being around with my another scope of reality? I can feel that I'll start slipping away. See that I don't get it. Don't you think maybe we can put it on? Don't you think we can take it to another minute? I can still be mine. It's all the same as it. Let me never die. Don't get it. Don't you think? Another people in the right wing, another people in the underground. Again, other people in the high rise, another people in the projects, another taking the body up. I'm myself stupefied, I'm like again. Why you like being around with my never scope of reality? I can really lost, I'm slipping, I think I'm breaking down. Do you like being around with my never scope of reality? I can really lost, I'm slipping away. See that I don't get it, don't you think? Maybe we can put it on credit. Don't you think you can take it to another minute? I get stupid mind, it's all the same as it. Living but I don't get it, don't you think? Maybe we can put it on credit. Don't you think you can take it to another minute? I get stupid mind, I get stupid mind.
that kid peeped out of the basket and stuck his tongue out. I'm surprised that the battery is still going. Crazy. Anchor 737. Beefy. Workhorse. But also I'm not the computer is the only thing I'm powering through it. I don't remember the wattage and ampere rate specs, but yeah, Anchor is the way to go. Hey Alex. Yeah, can't beat it. Oh boy. All right. We made it. 6 o'clock was my goal, with all of the stopping and windy conditions and the sand and who knows what. Alex, I bought the bag fairly recently from Decathlon. It's a Foclaz, I suppose that's how you say the brand's name. 40 to 60 litre duffel bag. Oh sure, thanks. It was pretty slow going today. I did really want to stop for an ice cream at the close to us, but there were no ice cream spots, so I just kept going. So maybe if I'm still in the mood for an ice cream, I'll get one at the shop.